Okay, thank you so much, Wandia, for that beautiful performance. Let's give it a clap. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. This is the 13th edition, and the competition is finally a teenager. I hope you're excited to be here this morning. So we have a lot lined up for you, but first things first, we'll start with the national anthem, as well as the East African Community Anthem and the Kenyatta University Anthem. Sound team, shall we?
Fountain of knowledge, well of learning experience, a bubbling spring of wisdom, a promise of better tomorrow. Kenyatta, oh Kenyatta, our nation's star. Kenyatta, our nation's pride, University of our time.
Okay, we can lower our center of gravity. Just have your seats. Now, the next session, we are going to have two individuals. So we are going to have Miss Joanne Bikeri as well as Miss Aisha Swale for a word of prayer. Ladies, kindly take your position.
Let us pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. May the kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forevermore. Amen. Dear God, we thank you for this day. We ask for your grace and guidance. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Oh Allah, we begin this gathering in your name, seeking your guidance and your blessing. May our hearts be filled with patience and our minds with clarity. Guide us towards success, and may this event be beneficial for all. Amen.
Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, this is the 13th edition. It's been 12 years of excellence and consistency in the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. And the 13th edition is no different. So this year, the competition is bigger, it is better, and more impactful. So at this juncture, we have been having so many partners, and some of them are even represented in this particular forum right now. But unfortunately, early this year, we lost one person from the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. So I will request that we be upstanding so that we honor her. Her name is Dr. Roslyn Odede. She was the CEO of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. So we'll have a 1 minute of silence. Okay, thank you. We can have our seats. Then, before we proceed, just a bad mentioned that over the weekend we had the International Women's Day, and I believe it wouldn't be prudent for us to proceed without wishing all the women in the room a happy International Women's Day. So I will request that you turn to any woman that is, next to you. Just wish them happy International Women's Day. Great. I hope everybody has received the Happy International Women's Day, and I hope that you also reciprocate when it comes to Men's Day. You also tell the men, yeah? Okay, so we'll move on swiftly. So I just want to invite the host, our host today. Were it not for him, we wouldn't be here in this particular hall. So I'll invite the Deputy Executive Dean of Kenyatta University School of Law, Dr. Tom Ratemo, to give his remarks. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Professor Washeke Wanjoi, the Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, and our Chief Guest, Professor James Kungu, the DVC Academic, Kenyatta University, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberg, the Conrad Adno Stephen Foundation, representatives from Transparency International, Ms. Anne Murungi from Viva Africa Consulting LLP, representatives from the Africa Amnesty International Kenya, representatives from the Institute of Social Accountability, representatives from Uraya Trust, representatives from Mzalendo Trust, representatives from International Justice Mission, the representatives from the Independent Medical Legal Unit, representatives from the Mohamed Muigai LLP, representatives from the Ongeri, Omiti, and Bush Advocates, representatives from Rachia and Amolo Advocates, representatives from Nabuil Abara Advocates, representatives from Thondu Kihungu and Company Advocates, representatives from Siasa Place, representatives from Africa Forum and Network on Debt and Development, representatives from Adiri Group and Kenya Human Rights Commission, representatives from Katiba Institute and Kenya Association of Manufacturers, representatives from the Institute of Public Finance and DPO 360, and finally representatives of Office of the Data Protection and the Law Society of Kenya, the management board members, Kenyatta University, members of staff of various schools represented, the members of staff, Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands Campus, the student participants from various law schools, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands Campus, for the 13th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court Competition 2025. The competition offers a platform for law students to moot on emerging human rights challenges in Kenya and the societal implications. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 years after the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Kenyan citizenry are yet to fully enjoy the rights and fundamental freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. Clamor for a cleaner environment, poor governance, lack of accountability and transparency on the part of the government in addressing matters affecting the general public, coupled with the advent of artificial intelligence, as well as poor response to public protests, especially by the Gen Z, has led to the violation of the rights and fundamental freedoms of the Kenyan citizenry. The question is, are our elected leaders ready to save the common mwananchi from the current state of affairs? Ladies and gentlemen, it is for the foregoing reasons that the 13th edition, under the theme Tides of Change, Safeguarding Human Rights and Enhancing Government Accountability in the Digital Era, aims at exploring discussions related to good governance, fiscal sustainability, transparency, accountability, data protection, environmental sustainability, public participation, national security, extrajudicial executions, abductions, and the right to peaceful assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petition. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the actualization and address of contemporary legal issues Kenya is facing, a 5-day moot court competition is scheduled to take place from today, the 10th of March to 14th of March at the school Parklands campus. The framework of the competition entails first a conference, which shall be a platform for engagement on topics revolving around the theme by selected panelists in various panel discussion, and second, the moot court and research competition, which are scheduled to begin immediately after this conference. I believe that by the end of the competition, the over 15 teams represented here will formulate possible solutions to the problems Kenyans are facing today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the school and the universities at large is very much grateful to those whose work has gone into planning this memorable event. The university is equally grateful for all who have found time to come and attend this memorable event. To our chief guests, sponsors, and all of you, thank you once again for your attendance and extending support for the 13th edition of the All Kenya Moot Court Competition. I trust that by the end of this competition, our resolve to change the tides, safeguard human rights, and enhance government accountability in the digital era will be strengthened. I wish you a fruitful day and a week ahead. Once again, I say welcome to Kenyatta University School of Law, Parklands campus. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him better. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you all know that this competition is usually organized by a group of students who are part of a committee, I think around 13 or 11 students, and who bring together partners to make this competition a success. So next, I would like to invite a lady who is the president of the 13th edition of this particular session so that she can give her remarks. So help me welcome Ms. Faith Jerusha Mahinda.
The Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, members of the Kenyatta University Management Board present, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, Director at the Konrad Adenauer Steve Tang Foundation, Mrs. Anne Mubia Murungi, Partner at Viva Africa Consulting Limited, Ms. Aurelia Muheso, on behalf of Amnesty International Kenya, esteemed partners present, participating students, colleagues and fellow students, lecturers, friends and family. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, our baby is finally a teenager. A round of applause, please. On behalf of the steering committee, I thank you all for making time to honor our invitations throughout the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, including bracing the chill and rain this morning to grace our opening ceremony. Karibuni and asanteni sana. The 13th edition boasts of drawing partnerships across the legal, manufacturing, and environmental sectors, informed by the theme, Tides of Change, Safeguarding Human Rights and Enhancing Government Accountability in the Digital Era. Ladies and gentlemen, since 18th May 2024, the 13th edition has embodied the spirit of rebirth, as exemplified by the intentionality witnessed in each step of the preparation process leading up to this moment. The steering committee has spent countless sleepless nights, all with one goal in mind, that is, to deliver the most impactful edition of the competition yet, while creating a memorable experience for all that engage with it. Ladies and gentlemen, the setup you see today, we insisted on these fairy lights, and the engagements that will follow throughout this week are truly a testament to the hard work and undeniable dedication put in by the students constituting the steering committee. I have been privileged to serve with Hamisi Ombasa, Banis Wangeshi, Celine Maina, Wendy Anekea, Stephen Kamara, Simon Kimuhu, Joanne Bikeri, Aisha Swale, Grace Moige, Jeremy Nyoike, and Charlene Joy Wandera. I have loved working with this team, and I am proud to introduce these individuals to you today. A round of applause, please. Esteemed guests, we undoubtedly acknowledge that the 13th edition stands on the shoulders of giants today. We have received limitless support from those who have served before us. We are also privileged to have some of the former presidents and committee members in our midst today. Notably, we acknowledge the contributions by Ms. Karimi Janet, Mr. Timothy Dhondu, Mr. Emmanuel Fwamba Baraza, Mr. Alex Esenga, Mr. Kelvin Kiarie, Ms. Nelly Toyek, and Ms. Mary Nyawera, some of whom are in absentia. These are individuals who have never failed to answer our calls where we sought to consult. May the generosity they have demonstrated in enabling us to tap into their networks and prior experience never go unrewarded. Additionally, we would do great disservice to the individuals who, although they may not have served on the committee directly, continue to offer themselves to this service, including Professor Thomas Milei, Dr. Faith Kabata, Ms. Elizabeth Wambiri, and the support staff at the Kenyatta University Parklands campus. We also acknowledge the contributions made by Dr. Atemo. Ladies and gentlemen, the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition continues to break barriers and witness significant growth, and the 13th edition has been no different. This edition, we aimed at increasing the amount of engagement between our esteemed partners and participants. In a 3-part webinar series conducted over the period beginning early this year, we broke down the major topics that the 13th edition theme addresses. And this includes the economic conditions in Kenya and the contribution that transparency, integrity, and accountability makes, as well as the role of social media in advocating for human rights and good governance in the country. We are keen to further address the issues surrounding the strategic litigation against public participation, the impact of taxation measures on investor confidence, even as we work towards 100% green energy as a country, and finally, the need to balance between public safety and privacy rights in the digital age through the panel discussions scheduled for right after this opening ceremony and tomorrow morning. Most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, our deepest heartfelt gratitude today goes out to our partnering organizations and institutions. The committee may have worked on the substantive details to organize the competition, but we deeply recognize that this would not be possible without the following partners: Kenyatta University, the Konrad Adenauer Steve Tang Foundation Rule of Law Program for Sub-Saharan Africa, Amnesty International Kenya, Viva Africa Consulting LLP, Transparency International Kenya, Uraia Trust, Mzalendo Trust, International Justice Mission, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, the Institute for Social Accountability, Mohamed Muigai LLP, Gary Omiti and Bush Advocates LLP, Rachel and Amolo Advocates LLP, Nabwire Obara Advocates, Thondo Kihungu and Company Advocates, Siasa Place, the African Forum and and Network on Debt and Development, Adili Group, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Katiba Institute, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Institute of Public Finance, DPO 360, the Office of the Data Protection Commission, Law Society of Kenya, and finally, the National Council for Law Reporting, Kenya Law. Our dear participants, it is lovely to see you here after months of endlessly engaging with you virtually and via email. May you have a lovely week, and I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best in this competition. God bless you all. God bless the All Kenyan Moot Court competition. God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
A better clap as the president walks to her seat. Perfect, perfect. So the next session, we're going to have a few partners presenting their remarks. And to start us off will be Dr. Stephanie from Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Yeah, karibu sana, daktari.
The acting Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, the acting Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University, Professor Wacheke Wanyohi, esteemed faculty members and representatives of Kenyatta University School of Law, esteemed President and representatives of the All Kenyan Moot Court Organizing Committee, distinguished co-partners, honored guests, participants, and students. It is a great pleasure for me as the director of Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Rule of Law program for Sub-Saharan Africa to welcome you today as a partner of the All Kenyan Moot Court that is taking place for the 13th time already, and which has developed over the years into a reputable, very well-known institution in this country, and I would say also beyond. Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Rule of Law program is honored to support this important initiative, standing alongside the next generation of legal practitioners in a competition between committed law students from all over Kenya that has, over the last 12 years, established itself as an invaluable training ground for advocacy, fostering a deeper understanding of legal frameworks to safeguard fundamental rights and promote good governance and accountability. For those of you who are not that familiar with our organization, let me give you some brief background. Konrad Adenauer Foundation is a German political organization that has its headquarters in Berlin, in Germany, with the core mission of fostering democracy, good governance, social market economy, peace and solidarity in Germany and worldwide. The foundation operates through more than 100 offices around the globe, and our Rule of Law program is just one of them and one of more than 20 offices in Sub-Saharan Africa. Since 2006, we have been actively promoting democracy, human rights, and good governance in the region, working with high-ranking legal experts from judiciaries, public prosecution, academia, in different fields like constitutionalism, human rights, international criminal justice. However, we believe that upholding the rule of law is not the sole responsibility of courts or legislatures. It also begins with empowering young people. The youth are not only the future of the legal profession, they are an active force in shaping its present. When young minds engage in legal discourse, question injustices, and champion human rights, they reinforce the principles that support justice and good governance. Through our work as Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we have seen firsthand the impact of youth engagement in legal advocacy. So we do numerous projects with young people. We have a very strong focus on that, like, for example, numerous projects we have done here with Kenyatta University, sending student missions to marginalized communities. That's our Center for Clinical Legal Research in Sustainable Development. Or you might have heard of our film Journey to Justice on access to justice that we actually have implemented with students from Kenyatta University, just to name a few of our projects. Our initiatives across sub-Saharan Africa are rooted in the recognition that the inclusion of the young generation plays a crucial role in strengthening justice systems and promoting accountability. The arguments and discussions that take place in moot court competitions like this one contribute to the broader legal discourse and governance reforms of tomorrow. Today, the rule of law faces evolving challenges. Across the region and globally, issues as human rights protection, governance, and accountability are increasingly influenced by digital transformation. While digital advocacy has expanded opportunities for rights protection, it has also introduced new concerns, ranging from privacy risks and cyber surveillance to the spread of misinformation. The theme of this year's competition, Tides of Change, Safeguarding Human Rights and Enhancing Government Accountability in the Digital Area, is therefore both timely and utterly relevant. This competition is more than an academic exercise. It is an opportunity to develop and refine the skills that will serve you, dear young participants, throughout your legal careers. Every argument you construct, every challenge you tackle, and every perspective you consider will help shape the advocacy work you may undertake in the future. I encourage you to approach this competition not only as a contest, but as a chance to learn, inspire, and reaffirm your role in advancing justice and the rule of law. In this context, I extend my sincere appreciation to the All Kenyan Moot Court Organizing Committee, the faculty and staff of Kenyatta University School of Law, our co-partners, the distinguished panel of judges, legal practitioners, and guest speakers. Your time, expertise, and insights provide invaluable learning experiences for our young advocates to be. And to the participants, we commend you for your commitment and your passion to be and to succeed in this important competition. Your engagement here today is a testament to the enduring strength of the rule of law. In closing, let us all not forget that the rule of law and democracy are no static achievements. They are living principles that demand constant vigilance and renewed effort. The pursuit of justice is an active commitment, one that requires critical thinking, informed voices, and a steadfast dedication to upholding the rule of law, which is why today's gathering is so significant. I'm confident that through the work we will do together throughout this week, we will be able to create an impact that will extend beyond this competition. And as our president here mentioned already, this might be the most impactful of all Kenyan moot court competitions. I wish you all an inspiring week, and to our young participants, all of luck and success and an unforgettable experience. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you, Dr. Stephanie. Thank you for being here. Now, as Dr. Stephanie was giving her speech, someone very important walked in, and he is the pioneer, the person who started the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. He's actually the first president of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. So I will request Dr. Paul Gishana to just stand up as we appreciate him. Thank you so much for being here. So next we are going to have Mrs. Anne Mubia Murungi, who is going from Viva Africa to give her regards and remarks.
Thank you very much, and good morning. By way of introduction, as you've heard, my name is Anne Mubia Murungi. I'm the partner in charge of business at Viva Africa Consulting, LLP. And I'd just like to recognize, of course, the acting VC, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences at the Kenyatta University, the Secretariat led by Faith Mahinda, in bringing together the AKMCC this year. I've seen the work that's gone into it, very, very impressive by you and your Secretariat. The participants of the MOOT, as they say, from us to you, we wish you the very best as you commence this journey this week. And, in my world where we don't observe protocols often, let me close off that section by saying all protocols observed. So Viva Africa is a firm that's 17 years old. So I liked the part where we said AKMCC is 13, a teenager, effectively. That makes us, a little older in terms of age. So we, our founding partners broke off from one of the big four here. They were the top brass in their tax department at Deloitte. And 17 years ago, they had a vision of creating something different. I like the theme is led by tides of change, because at that time, what was driving them was really tides of change in their spectrum and at their time. And so they wanted to create an independent model where, when you get into the spectrum of the audit firms, there's a lot that goes into risk assessments and checking, audit conflicts and things like that. And it's always going to be audit that leads and tax follows. And their vision and their, energies were different. They had a misalignment because they always thought that tax should lead. Tax should lead business, tax should lead how things are done, and tax should change the world. And so that's how our firm came to be. And a year after the firm opened its doors is when I joined the firm, so I'm 16 years old there. And we had 4 founding partners. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, we lost one of them. So we have 3 left. And at that time, again, a wave of change swept through the firm. And so we ended up having 3 partners in charge of operations, and that's how I ascended into the partnership. Today, as we speak, we have 40 employees with legal, finance, economics, tax backgrounds. And we've evolved over time from just being a specialist boutique tax firm to being a leading business and investment solutions firm. That means that we just look at issues from a legal, finance, regulatory, tax. It's a myriad of things. And so for us, it's very interesting, when this opportunity came to us to come in as a sponsor to support the AKMCC. We just thought it a very opportune time for us to begin to engage with the mooting world, AKMCC, of course, being at the top of that, and to begin to tap into this excellent talent pool that it presents. So we serve a client, dynamic that is across the spectrum. They force us to sharpen ourselves, and they force us to be, different. It cannot be business as usual at all when we're dealing with our clients. They expect that when they move into a new business line, we know more about that new business line than they do. If they're implementing a new product or a project, that we're ahead of them in learning, in evolving, and in being the best ahead of them. And so we are always being forced to sharpen our skills and look for people who help sharpen us. At our firm, we believe that you cannot know everything and that you have to learn from those, especially younger, who come along the way. They know a lot more than us. And so we spend a lot of time listening to what our clients want in order to give them what they need. But in order to be that responsive to them, then we have to look for brilliant minds, such as yourselves, and to learn from what you have to say in order to provide those solutions. And that is how we thought not just to sponsor, but to also come in and sponsor as a diamond sponsor, and to fully support the AKMCC in that way. But even over the years, one of the things that we've done that has been frustrating for us has been, pushing for tax reform and pushing for tax changes and pushing for everything that's in that spectrum of various things. Why? Very many of our clients are top investors, and we've seen very many of them pull out of the Kenyan market over things that we thought were very unfortunate. Changes in law and, having a national tax policy at that time that remained in draft form for so many years, that kind of did not give investors the confidence that they needed. And so we were always perpetually changing, pursuing amendments in law or defending certain positions to remain as they were in the law. And it was very refreshing, we must say, in 2024, when the finance bill came to the fore, was proposed, and it wasn't just our voice or the voice of professionals and other parties in this country who wanted to really push for change and reform. And so we saw an uprising like no other in our space, in our usually quiet world. Our usually quiet world turned very, very noisy in 2024. And it was refreshing for us who had been at this for quite a long time. One of the things we've come to learn is that we must listen to the ground, quote unquote, as we say. And so at our firm, we listen to our youngsters, who now, by the way, form 70% of our team, young people under 30. The tide of change has come into our firm in that sense, that what we want at the top is not necessarily aligned with what they want. And so we have to listen in order to swim in the same direction. It is currently an employer's market. And therefore, what have we seen? In talent, the traditional forms of pursuing talent have completely changed. Employers are now pursued in the most interesting of ways, no longer the way it used to be in trying to find the right fit. Again, the tides of change have fit into that. Through listening to you, young people, and the way that you do things, and how quick you find information, and how intentional and deliberate you are, we have seen that we have found mutas, 3 of them actually at our farm, former mutas through the AKMCC, rise to the top to be our top performers at present, unbeaten. And it is through them that we actually got to know about AKMCC. And one of them is the one who pushed for us to come in and consider this as a sponsorship opportunity. And so what you're doing here in spending your time doing this, it is not a waste of your time. Having dealt with the Secretariat, they are amazing leaders. And so one of the things that we have learned about KU through this journey and through employing, traditionally, everyone used to think one particular law school was the one you went into talent, to tap into talent. Through this journey of dealing with AKMCC Secretariat, through our 3 top stars at our firm, the KU School of Law is doing something phenomenal. And it is something that from an employer's perspective, we recognize. So from what I can see here today, and all the faces in the room, I'm really looking forward to spending the rest of today with you. Through the course of the week, this week, there'll be various team members from Viva Africa that will be around, serving in one capacity or another. From what we can see, from how we've been received today, and everything that's happened today, we are very, very pleased. Thank you for your hospitality, and I wish you an excellent week ahead.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Murungi. And indeed, there's a change of tides. The young people are the emerging force currently. So make sure, if you're a young person, make sure you're not left behind. So next on stage, we are going to have Miss Aurelia Miheso from Amnesty International. Karibu sana.
Acting Vice Chancellor and our honored guests today, all protocol observed, the mood judges, esteemed participants, good morning. Good morning once more. So I'd like to welcome you to this moot court competition about the evolving field of human rights and technology. So currently this era is shaped with a lot of technological advancement, which pose a huge challenge to professionals and experts in safeguarding human rights in the digital space. The safeguarding of our rights, that's our right to privacy, our freedom of expression, our access to information right in the digital sphere is very paramount. And so today, we delve into complex legal scenarios that challenge the very foundations of privacy, security, and access in the digital age. And so, the case that we are going to argue today during our moot competition not only represent, but also is a reflection of the real-world dilemmas that are faced by individuals, organizations, and even the government. We have seen so many determinations from the Office of the Data Protection Act, from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, based on the violation of the right to privacy. We have so many cases from the ombudsperson on access to information, and just to mention but a few. So that clearly tells us that there are so many things that are pending, or so many challenges that we face with the technological advancements. And so I'll pose a question to all of us. How do we create a balance between innovation and regulation, between security and liberty, while embracing technology? How can you use the data that we have to better develop? And so we are here to examine the rights and responsibility that are key in shaping our digital interactions. Amnesty International is a global movement which was founded in 1961, and our Kenyan office was established in 2012. Our vision is to see a world where there are no injustices. So despite working on various human rights issues, we have a program that focuses on the intersection between technology and human rights. And we basically work with young people to ensure that young people, the government, generally the data governance ecosystem, in whichever capacity they are working on, are able to realize that human rights is core and fundamental in every interaction and every initiative that we partake. And so as Amnesty International Kenya, we are very pleased to support this initiative, specifically because it is led by young people. And we believe that we are building a movement, so we have to start at the root, where for us to be able to see a movement that there are no injustices in the world. And so our contribution to the data governance ecosystem as young people in the All Kenya Moot Court competition is very key, because these are the young experts, these are the people that are going to fuel this discussion as years go by. And so let us begin with the understanding that the decisions that are made here, the arguments that we are going to present, have real-world implications for the future of digital rights. And we look forward to having an insightful, and we wish all the winners of this Moot Court competition, we wish all the participants of this Moot Court competition all the best. And just a special thank you for the University Administration and the All Kenya Moot Court Competition Steering Committee for all the efforts that you put into delivering this incredible initiative. Thank you all, and we look forward to a fruitful engagement.
Asante sana, Ms. Aurelia. Now we are going to proceed to the admin remarks. And first, we are going to have Professor James Kongo, who is the DVC academic here at Kenyatta University. Karibu sana. You will in turn welcome or invite the VC. Welcome. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Wacheke Wanjohi, Dr. Stephen, who have just moved out from Conland, Madam Anne Mufia Mulongi from FIFA Africa, Faith Malinda, the President of AKMCC, Dr. Tom Ratema, our Deputy Executive Dean, School of Law, Arts and Social Sciences, are very hard-working members of management who may be present today, and also our faculty, especially from this great school. Our students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It was very fulfilling when I heard Madam Mahinda, not Mahinda, but this is who, Anne, talking about the experience that she is having in her organization. That is a true testament of the good work the university, led by our Vice Chancellor, and also our hard-working staff members you are doing in producing products that when they go in the institutions, they are emerging the winners. Thank you, and God bless you. You are doing a good job. I can say that this can be reflected not only in this School of Law, but also when we look across our other schools. It's quite encouraging where our university is heading to. And that is why, even at the international level, we are being recognized for the good work that we are doing. My job is very simple, to invite our Vice Chancellor to come and speak to us. And since I know there are other students from other universities, feel very free and feel very much at home. And it's my encouragement to you that even as you think of after finishing your first degree, you can always come back to Kenyatta University. Thank you, and God bless you. Let's welcome our Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Professor Kungu. I want to start by acknowledging the members of university management present here, those that support me in the day-to-day running of the university. I also want to acknowledge the very, very many partners whose list I cannot exhaust. And so I'll acknowledge by name those who are here. I want to acknowledge Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger. Unfortunately, she's not here. That is of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I feel very personally supported by this organization, having done part of my PhD in Germany, having been a visiting professor at Humboldt University, having implemented several projects with our German institutions. I feel very, very proud, and I think that needs to be communicated to her. And I've also been here several times, I think since 2021, and they have always been present. So really, it is something that I really want to acknowledge, and the support and the many things that they have done through the different faculty in the school. I would also like to acknowledge Ms. Murungi. This is of FIFA Africa Consultancies LLP. appreciating for the kind remarks that you have made about our university, and really say that this is something as a university, continuous improvement that we continue being committed to. Also, thank you very much to Madam Miheso. This is Aurelia of Amnesty International. Thank you again for your remarks and support of this particular event. I also want to appreciate Madam Faith Mahinda, the President of the All Kenya Moot Courts Competition Committee. It makes me feel very, very proud, because I do understand that this 13-member committee is all behind this. And why I'm very, very proud is because one of the things that we continue to be committed to do in this university is to make sure that we grow the leaders and optimize the opportunity that the students have with us. If it is 4 years, if it is 5 years, if it is 6 years, we want them to optimize the opportunities that present themselves besides their pursuit of their academic discipline. They take full advantage of all the other opportunities, so that by the time they leave, we are actually releasing a wholly well-developed individual that can serve in different sectors. And based on what I see, and based on your presentation, I'm very, very proud of what the committee has already done. Student-led, student-guided, of course with the oversight of the dean and the faculty, and the support of the faculty that has been ably been presented. And I believe also the MC must have been part of that committee. Am I right? So congratulations, you're also doing very well as a team. And I was also very pleased that we are doing this for the 13th time, Kenyatta University School of Law. And what I was also pleased about is that when you embarked on this planning, you did not disregard the experiences from the previous committees. And I'm so happy that you have brought their experiences on board, because that contributes to continuous improvement. We are very, very happy about that. And maybe at this point I should say, in respect to that the university usually sponsors a 6 weeks training course called the Growing Leaders program for all our students. And the university sponsors that, and this is meant to just develop your skills, people's skills, your leadership skills, so that you can better able go out there and serve the nations, go out there and serve the world. So it's just an additional training that complements your training in your discipline. And that just demonstrates the commitment of the university to make sure that we release a well-developed, high-quality, skilled individual to serve the nation. And this has been demonstrated, by the way, by the tracer studies that we have done specifically for the School of Law. So it's not a fluff, and numbers usually don't lie. So thank you very much. And because of that, I am sure now you know Kenyatta University is the premier university, having been ranked #1 by the Tier 1 ranking institution, that is the Times Higher Education. And I want to emphasize, because there are many bodies that are ranking universities, but the Times Higher Education is in Tier 1. There are also results that have been released by the Sub-Saharan Times Higher Education. Kenyatta University does not participate in that. So when you don't see us ranked, it's because we don't, and we will not be participating in that. Because you can't participate in Tier 1 ranking, and then you now go down and start participating in Tier 1, Tier 3, 4, 5, 6 downwards. There was also another results that were released recently, and we have continued to emphasize that we participate in Times Higher Education, and we also submit our data for purposes of webometric ranking. So I think it is important for us to understand that. And I also want to appreciate really all the members of staff in the School of Law. You have continued to do a lot of work to prepare our students for this particular competition. And I know you are very lean on the ground, but we are doing all we can to make sure that we meet the requirements, right? And we'll continue to do that as management. I know we have full support by the council. I also want to appreciate all the 15 teams that are participating from different universities. Thank you for responding. Thank you for choosing to participate in this competition. And we want to believe, as previous speakers have spoken, it's not just about competition, but there is also a lot of learning that goes on even as you participate in that. I also want to appreciate the founder. You are Paul Vishana. Probably I might have said this before, but when you begin something because you have a vision, that thing has a capacity to be sustained. And seeing you here 13 years after, it just demonstrates the level of commitment to ensuring that this succeeds. And so congratulations for having taken the bold step to actualize, commence your vision, and now you can see the difference that it has made. So congratulations, and I believe that you will continue supporting this, I believe, until you breathe your last. I also want to appreciate the very, very many partners that are supporting this particular event. I see the room has several pull-up banners for different organizations, different institutions. Please appreciate, please accept our appreciation for the support that you have given this particular event. So it is really a great opportunity, therefore, for me to welcome you all to the 13th edition of All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. And we, as Kenyatta University, through the School of Law here, are very, very proud to be hosting this particular competition for the 13th time. And All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, as you are all aware, is a premium competition that brings together students from all law schools in Kenya, as well as industry players such as judiciary and other law agencies. And today, I want to say that we are truly honored to have participants from various law schools, including University of Nairobi Parkland campus, the African Nazarene University, Kisii University, Daystar University, Egerton University, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Karen campus, Mount Kenya University, Embu University, Strathmore University, Riara University, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and we are very, very pleased. And you can see it's a combination of public and private, because there is really no divide. So thank you very much. So the competition over the years has become a signature event in Kenya's legal landscape, offering a unique platform for the young legal minds to engage in the intellectual discourse, advocacy, and policy analysis. At Kenyatta University, we take pride in the fact that our students continue to take the lead in organizing and executing such a prestigious initiative, reinforcing our commitment to nurturing academic excellence, critical thinking, and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, this competition is more than just a forum for a legal debate. It is a training ground for the future policymakers, jurists, and advocates for our great nation. The issues discussed here resonate deeply with the realities of our governance structures and legal system. It is rewarding to note that by engaging in this competition, students do not merely argue hypothetical cases. They grapple with real-world legal and human rights challenges. They develop the skills necessary to shape the future of Kenya's legal and political landscape. So do not let the discussions that you hold in this event just go to waste. Find the application in your own spaces. And where you are not able to find the applications horizontally, you have mechanism to push it vertically through our partners, through our great partners that have able to access where you are not able to. So ride on them. Over the years, all Kenya Moot Court competitions have proved to be a breeding ground for brilliant legal minds who go on to make significant contributions in law, governance, and human rights, both locally and internationally. And Madam Mrs. Murungi has already given examples of 3 outstanding staff in their organization that are doing an amazing work. And as you are all aware, the role of universities extends beyond teaching and research. We are also incubators of ideas and change, and we promote critical and creative thinking. In fact, in our university, that is one of the university common units that every student must undertake. Hence, through such initiatives, Kenyatta University continues to uphold its role in bridging the gap between legal education and societal impact. The All Kenya Moot Court competition, therefore, serves as an avenue where students learn not just the theory of law, but also the practical implications of justice, governance, and constitutionalism. It is through such initiatives that our students gain first-hand experience in shaping the discourse around crucial national issues, from public finance, human rights, to digital governance and environmental justice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's equally significant to note that this year's theme on the competition, that is Tides of Change, safeguarding human rights and engaging government accountability in the digital era, is quite significant to the university. As Kenyatta University, we are especially proud since it resonates well with our philosophy as a university which is being sensitive and responsive to societal needs and endeavors to fulfill the right of every person to knowledge. We are particularly pleased to note that this competition, as I said earlier, is student-led, showcasing the initiative, the determination, and the organizational skills of our young scholars. Is a testament to their passion, their commitment to the legal profession that they have year after year, bringing together key stakeholders, including members of the judiciary and many others, to engage in meaningful conversations. These discussions extend beyond the moot court and research competition. They contribute to the broader national and international legal discourse, influencing thought leadership in Kenya and also way beyond. I would like, therefore, to take this moment to extend my deepest gratitude again to all our esteemed partners, and your continued patronage ensures that these competitions remain a hallmark of excellence, inclusivity, and legal mentorship. By investing in these young minds, you are investing in the future of Kenya's legal and governance framework. And as I conclude, I wish to commend all our students and participants for stepping up to this challenge. This competition is not just about winning. It is about learning, it is about growing, it is about sharpening your legal acumen. The skills you acquire here, research, advocacy, legal writing, and critical reasoning, will serve you well beyond this competition. Therefore, take full advantage of the opportunity to engage with the experts, expand your networks, and refine your understanding of the law. Further, I extend my appreciation to all the partners and sponsors, as I said before, for the continuous support you have given to the students to make this moot competition a reality. I'm very, very confident that this partnership and networking goes a long way in shaping the young scholars to become diligent professions for the near future, for the future. And as we officially open the 13th edition of All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, I urge you all to approach this experience with curiosity, commitment, a mind that is full of inquiry, and a sense of purpose. This is your moment to engage. It's your moment to challenge perspectives, and it's your moment to contribute to the ever-evolving legal landscape of our country and express your independent minds. I completely have no doubt that the insights gained here will inspire new solutions, inform future policies, and pave the way for a more just and accountable society. I therefore wish all of you a wonderful learning experience and best of luck in the competition. And as we usually say, may the best team win. And with those few remarks, I now wish to declare the 2025 All Kenyan Moot Court Competition officially open. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor, but I'll request that you don't be in a hurry to sit. The All Kenyan Moot Court Competition has a surprise for you. So I will request the President and the team to also present the gift to our Vice Chancellor. And I will request that we also clap as she receives her gifts. Then the photographers, please be on standby. We need very quality photos as she receives her gift. Let's clap.
Thank you.
Let's clap as she... Okay, so we also had a gift for one of the partners, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, but unfortunately she's not here, but we'll call one of the representatives from the organization to also receive her gift. So I'll invite Marcela Olo, again the president. Let's clap for them as they... Let's clap. Okay, thank you so much, Madam President, for gifting our partners as well as the Vice Chancellor. Now, I would like to invite the student coordinator of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, Miss Wendy Anekea, to give the vote of thanks.
Okay. The Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, members of the Kenyatta University Management Board present, Dr. Stephanie Rothenberger, Mrs. Anne Mubia Murungi, partner at Viva Africa Consulting LLP, esteemed partners, participating students, colleagues, and fellow students, lecturers, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the opening ceremony of the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition. For the last 13 years, this competition has been more than just an event. It has a platform for growth, learning, sharpening advocacy skills of young legal minds, and promoting legal discourse. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our partners for not only gracing this occasion with their presence, but also the most gracious support you have given to us in the past year since we began organizing the competition. Your support reminds us of the responsibility we bear as future legal practitioners to uphold justice, integrity, and the rule of law, which is what the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition is all about. Once again, thank you for working tirelessly to bring this competition to life. Your commitment to legal education and advocacy ensures that law students across the country have a space to perfect their skills in research and presentation. To our 24 participating teams, we appreciate and congratulate your dedication and enthusiasm. Mooting is more than just a competition. It is a journey of intellectual growth, resilience, and teamwork. Regardless of the outcome, this competition will ensure that every participant walks away with an invaluable experience that will shape their future in the legal profession. To the honorable judges who will be assisting in adjudging the moot and research competitions, we express our sincere appreciation for sparing your time and expertise. Your assistance will not only determine the winners, but also serve as an essential learning tool for all competitors. Finally, to everyone present today, thank you for your support and for being part of this remarkable event. As we embark on this competition, let us uphold the spirit of fairness, professionalism, and dedication to promoting legal discourse. Thank you and best of luck to all the teams.
Now we are coming to the end of the session. I really appreciate you for being patient and waiting till we've had all the speeches and the event has become a success. Now the next session we are going to have a photo session on the other side of the school, the old school, and we will do it in this particular order. So we are going to have the high table going first, then we'll have the management and partners who are going to join in that particular photo, then the organizing committee, and finally, if any of the students would like to be part of the photo, you'll also join the photo. So first and foremost, we'll allow our Vice Chancellor to leave. She's one of our VVIPs. We can clap for her as she leaves together with the partners. Very well, and kindly note that we will have meals after this, so you'll be guided by some of the committee members, so do not be in a rush to leave. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. The competition is officially open, and I want to wish all the teams all the best as you start your competition. May the best team win. Thank you. Oh yeah, I am actually being reminded. So in the afternoon, we are going to have panel discussions. So kindly do not be in a hurry to leave because you are going to be the participants. So yeah, we will really need you to be in that panel discussion so that you also contribute to the same. So I want to wish you the best. And thank you so much for being here. an engaging session with all of us. So for this particular session, I would like to invite Mr. Simon Kimuhu, who will in turn introduce all the panelists who will be participating in this particular forum. Let's appreciate him as he comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as Hamisi mentioned, my name is Simon Kemuhu Mureithi, and I serve as the Deputy Head of Moot for the 13th edition of the All Kenyan Moot Court Competition, and I would like to welcome you to our first panel for the 13th edition. And our first panel is on strategic lawsuits against public participation. And strategic lawsuits against public participations are suits strategically filed to silence critics, suppress digital activism, and intimidate individuals who strive to defend our rights. And before we begin, I'd like to mention a few names just to warm us up. And I'd like to hear if you know these people, just respond yes. And if you don't know them, you can say no. Are we in agreement? For example, I've just said my name is Simon. So if I mention Simon, you say yes. Okay? If you know me, right? So how many of us know Mr. Boniface Mwangi? Yes. We all know him, right? Maverick Kaoko? If you don't know him, you can as well say no. Maverick Kaoko? Yes. Hanifa? Yes. Morara Kebaso? Yes. So these are just a few individuals who have been victims of strategic lawsuits against public participation. And these suits are not only about seeking justice, but as we've mentioned, about silencing critics. And today we will unpack how data-driven slaps impact freedom of expression, the right to demonstrate, and civic engagement in Kenya. And our esteemed panelists will guide us through the legal landscape, share their insights on existing frameworks, and suggest ways forward. So let us begin introducing our panelists. I will read out their bios, and they will stand coming to the front, and I will give them a warm round of applause. Are we in agreement? Thank you so much. So our first panelist is Mr. Joel Maina from Amnesty International. Mr. Joel, you can proceed to a warm round of applause. So Joel Maina is a competent and dynamic young lawyer with a strong drive, ambition, and vast legal interest in human rights. He currently works as a technology and human rights intern at Amnesty International Kenya, where he advocates for digital rights, data-driven governance, and digital ID work. Joel holds a degree of Bachelor of Laws from Mount Kenya University School of Law. Besides, he's a forward thinker with adept knowledge in human rights, having successfully pursued 8 short human rights courses, including the right to privacy in the digital age Africa, accountability policing, women's rights in Africa, disability rights in Africa, and many others. Joel is also currently an advocate trainee at the Kenya School of Law. Our second panelist is Mr. Martin Mavenjina from the Kenya Human Rights Commission. A warm round of applause. Mr. Martin is a distinguished constitutional and human rights lawyer, bringing a wealth of experience in research, policy review, and advocacy. His expertise spans civic space, security governance, counterterrorism, and transitional justice at the national, regional, and international levels. Mavenjina earned his Bachelor of Laws from Kumba University, complemented by a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the esteemed Kenya School of Law. He further enhanced his knowledge with a graduate certificate in an advanced human rights course on police oversight and vulnerable groups from the University of Pretoria, and he's currently pursuing a Master's of Law at the University of Nairobi. His active involvement in peer review mechanisms such as the United Nations Human Rights Council, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the Assembly of State Parties has resulted in numerous positive resolutions benefiting victims of human rights violations. Our third panelist is Ms. Patricia Joseph, Programs Manager from Katiba Institute. A warm round of applause. Ms. Patricia is a programs manager at Katiba Institute. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over 10 years experience post-admission. She holds a master's degree, LLM in comparative constitutional law from the Central European University, Budapest, Bachelor of Laws from Moi University, Kenya. And previously, Patricia has served as a legal researcher at the judiciary in the High Court, various election courts, in superior courts, and she's also done case management in criminal cases. Her research interests include constitutionalism, constitution building, especially in Africa, gender, and governance. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Catherine Irumbi, a lecturer at the Kenyatta University School of Law. Ms. Catherine Irumbi is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over a decade experience in academia. She has played a pivotal role in nurturing future generations as a lecturer at Kenyatta University, where she teaches and mentors young minds in the legal profession. In addition, she is passionate about governance and is currently enrolled as a doctorate student in governance at Martin Luther University, Halle-Wittenberg, Germany. Ms. Catherine was my constitutional law teacher. Clap for her. Our fifth panelist is Ms. Sylvia Katua, Program Officer, Mzalendo Trust. A warm round of applause. Ms. Sylvia Katua is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with experience in legislative review and research, policy analysis, parliamentary monitoring, open governance, access to information, and digital rights. She also has a rich experience in the engagement of the youth and specifically young women in political processes and digital participation. She is currently serving as the program officer at Mzalendo Trust Kenya, premier parliamentary monitoring organization. A warm round of applause again for her. Our final panelist is, just a minute, Ms. Anne Gitonga, Senior Manager from the International Justice Mission. Warm round of applause. Ms. Anne is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. She has extensive experience in human rights and governance and has led the implementation of global projects focusing on gender, social inclusion, environmental governance, access to information, and data privacy, and has experience in policy and law development and institutional strengthening. And she has practiced law supporting various clients with resolution of disputes related employment and labor relations, family and children's law. She holds a Bachelor of Laws and a master's degree from the University of Nairobi. A warm round of applause again for our beautiful panelists. And so, without further ado, just clap for me as I go to my seat also. We're going to proceed right into our questions. Again, we are talking about strategic lawsuits against public participation. And to start us off, to set the foundation, we'll begin with Ms. Catherine Irumbi. So, Ms. Catherine, how do the principles of access to justice and the rule of law intersect with strategic litigation against public litigation? And how can Kenyan courts differentiate between legitimate defamation, injurious falsehoods, and vexatious lawsuits aimed at suppressing public interest discourse? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Simon. I think being seated and the meeting being moderated by a former student, it's a true reflection of the growth. Yes, it's okay. We are used to teaching in this hall without these gadgets, so still comfortable. Yes, so back to what I was saying, I'm truly honored to have a student as a moderator and of course lecturing most of the students who are in AKMCC. So to go back to the question, SLAP or strategic litigation against public participation. Now, this is an area I hold dear, having taught constitutional law for many years. Talking about public participation means we are talking about our sovereignty. and based off of Article 1 that would dictate that all sovereign power belongs to us as the people of this country, then it is high time that we talk about these strategic lawsuits against public participation, the very pinnacle of our sovereignty, because without public participation, then it means we do not have a say, we do not have access to justice. So now, talking about the rule of law and how it intersects with SLAP litigation, when I think about principles underpinning the rule of law, first in line we have to talk about equality before the law, which of course we are all equal before the law. In fact, Article 159 would talk about this in the sense that we can all access justice. It will also talk about the supremacy of the law, that indeed we are talking about the Constitution, it allowing us to discuss matters public participation, and thirdly and most importantly, the independence of the judiciary, which is key when it comes to the strategic lawsuits against public participation. Now, in us now looking at how it intersects, apart from those principles, equality, independence of the judiciary, and the supremacy of our law, it is important for us to talk about defamation in the case of strategic lawsuits against public participation, which we have seen. We have also seen injurious falsehoods in the sense of bringing litigation that would not really stand in terms of questioning the issue of public participation and our access and our right to express ourselves. We're also talking about vexatious lawsuits, which we have seen, and of course, looking at the independence of the judiciary under the rule of law, we must accept, we must remember that indeed these lawsuits must not delay justice, must not be seen to delay justice, must not be seen to be vexatious in the sense of our morality as well as the rule of law. So that is the intersect between these principles to access justice and Article 48 and the rule of law in terms of the three principles that I've mentioned and how they intersect with the strategic litigation against public participation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Catherine. Moving on to our next question, which will be answered by Mr. Martin. One of the specific taglines of the 13th edition All Kenyan Moot Court Competition is data protection in national security. What we saw in the Finance Bill 2024 protests last year, where data was really misused, even looking at members of parliament, their numbers being accessed. But today we are focusing on specifically activists and human rights defenders. And so given the increase in the use of SLAPs to suppress dissent and the potential misuse of personal data, can Kenya's current legal and regulatory frameworks inadvertently enable powerful entities to stifle democratic freedoms and civic public participation?
Thank you for that question. First and foremost, I'm greatly honored to be before you here to participate as a panelist. And let me dive right into your question. I think the current legal framework in Kenya has created a conducive environment, for big corporates or even powerful entities to actually institute SLAP suits against human rights defenders or even civil society organizations or voices of dissent. And that is primarily because when you look at Article 22 of the Constitution of Kenya, it provides, it gives leeway to any litigant. If you feel your rights have been infringed, then it gives you leeway to actually to institute a suit. And that is what many of, many movers of SLAP suits, just like any other innocent litigants who feel that their rights have been violated, have used to actually institute suits against human rights defenders. Now, coincidentally, maybe most of you or some of you may not know is that most of these SLAP suits are usually, or the agents or the persons behind the SLAP suits usually take the top firms in town because they have the money to pay most of these firms. So you find that they hire the best lawyers on the market. and most of the human rights defenders or even civil society organizations cannot afford, the top tier farms in Kenya, and that is why it's been used to great effect, to stifle their right to freely express themselves. So as is, the current legal framework actually creates a conducive environment, and that brings me to the second segment of your question, which is to do with, what radical reforms do we need to, pursue. I think the first one is we need to come up with a legal framework around anti-SLAPP suits. There needs to be a higher threshold when it comes to entertaining SLAPP suits, because as is right now, cases are hard on their merits. So parties present their pleadings before a court, and your case will be determined on the on its merits. I also think the judiciary needs to, increase raise the standard on what issues they need to be determined between the disputing parties, specifically if it's a SLAPP suit. The other third radical measure that I would propose is the issue of weaponization of investigative and oversight agencies. Kenya has a broad host of investigative and oversight agencies that are meant to serve Kenyans, but what we've seen in the recent past is that entities like the Directorate of Public Prosecution are used by the state or powerful people to actually they're actually weaponized, and when you speak against a powerful person, then that is when KRA or the DCI summons you or tells you you have tax issues. So we need to reclaim the independence of these investigative agencies. And then we also need to borrow heavily from progressive jurisprudence that has been decided in other jurisdictions and how they have dealt with SLAPP suits. And lastly, two issues. One, the issue of the security deposit that is always placed on the parties. In most instances, when you're served with a SLAPP suit and court requires you to deposit a security of some sorts, you realize that most human rights defenders or even civil society organizations cannot afford these hefty sums of money. So I think courts should actually review these figures, because they're extremely high and they actually work to the detriment of human rights defenders and CSOs. And then lastly, on the issue of dispensing SLAPP cases, for the longest time, our judiciary has been bedeviled with case backlog, and different chief justices keep saying how they come up with progressive reforms on how to deal with the issue of backlog, but it's still a lived reality. So it is something, we should be able to entertain SLAPP suits in the quickest time as possible, such that human rights defenders or the rest of Kenyans can be able to enjoy their fundamental rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Now, moving on to Mr. Joel. Mr. Joel, we've seen your executive director for Amnesty International Kenya recently in an interview, very vocal about questioning the government accountability even in what happened in last year's protest. And with the rise of digital governance, SLAPPs are now extending into cyberspace, where personal data is being weaponized to intimidate dissenters. And so, has the misuse of personal data been leveraged in SLAPP cases to intimidate and silence dissent in Kenya? And what legal and regulatory frameworks exist to protect personal data, and how effective are they in preventing such misuse?
Okay, thank you for that question, and I must appreciate the opportunity to sit here in this panel. This is the first time I'm sitting on a panel, and back to your question, I must agree that especially during the 2024 Gen Z protest, that personal data was used to launch the SLAPP suits in this country. And you'll find that even during the beginning of this year, that Safaricom was accused of aiding the government to mine personal data so that people could be abducted, and at the end of the day, most of them were taken to court. And personal data is protected by international laws, various international laws, but coming into the Kenyan context, you come to realize that Article 31 of the Constitution speaks on the right to privacy, that you have the right not to have your personal information being interfered with without your consent. And building from Article 31 of the Constitution, Kenya enacted the Data Protection Act of 2019, which defines what means, what is it all entails to mean with the personal data, personal sensitive data. And from this is some of the the Data Protection Act is one of the legislations that have at least breathed life to Article 31 of the Constitution. And you also agree with me on the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act that was enacted in 2018. And this one will now lead me to whether these laws have been effective. And I must say they have not been effective because you will realize in 2017 the High Court declared Section 194 of the Penal Code to be unconstitutional because it allowed the decriminalization of the defamation. But you see, a year later, or less than a year later, the Parliament enacts the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, providing for a criminalization of some of these online activities, that is sections 22 to 23. And in response to your question, you will find that these sections can be broadly interpreted by the powerful entities to criminalize those people who criticize the government and even who are political dissent in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joel. Now, Ms. Sylvia, to add on what Mr. Joel has said, he has mentioned the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. So, does this act enable or constrain the use of data-driven slaps to silent dissent? And what reforms could address potential misuse?
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. It's been several years since I was on that side of the room, and it's nice to always see young budding lawyers listening and participating in these legal, competitions. So, in terms of the legal framework in Kenya that has supported all that we've had so far, I'd say there are several laws in Kenya currently. If you think about it, you can think of the Penal Code. Joel has just mentioned the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. There's also the Defamation Act itself. There's the Books and Newspaper Act. There's also the Preservation of Public Security Act, Prevention of Terrorism Act, and of course with the Security Laws Amendment in 2014, there was also an element of that. But I'll just focus on three. I'll first start with the Defamation Act. If you look between Section 3 to Section 5, it defines slander and provides for slander in different forms. There's slander against official business, professional business, even against women when it leads to chastity. And these sort of sections have been used towards promoting SLAP legislation, not just legislation but the jurisprudence in courts. And this has been seen severally because if you also look at the Defamation Act, it provides a minimum cap of I think 1 million Kenyan shillings that the High Court can use as damages. And just to also clarify, the Defamation Act does not provide for you to prove special damage in your claim. So that leaves the door wide open for businesses, for corporates, for whoever to just misuse this law against activists, against human rights defenders, against civil society organizations actually. And I think from 2000, there was a case, Nicholas B. Watt, against Clayworks Limited. And in that case, he was awarded a lot of money. I can't quite remember how much it was. But since then, the courts have been very, I'd say, progressive and in the wrong way. Very liberal in terms of handing out large amounts of money in slap suits. So that has gone badly. We also have the Penal Code. If you look at Section 41, it provides for treason. It provides for not thinking about the death of the president or imaginations about such things. And you can see that this has been used recently for cartoonists and activists and people who've been doing such things. So that's also another way. And then lastly, as Joel has just talked very extensively about in the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, Section 23, Section 24, regarding publication of false information knowingly. Such sections have been used, but again, as he mentioned, the High Court has ruled that criminal defamation is unconstitutional, but still Parliament went ahead to just publish this, to pass this law. And so this legal framework is what we exist in, which allows for SLAP to thrive, which allows for SLAP to be used against activists, against human rights defenders, even normal citizens, just to threaten them, to derail them, to ensure that they use their time and their resources in the courts, as opposed to doing the work of holding government accountable, holding corporates accountable, And so what do we have in the end? We have a situation where a person feels frustrated, scared even because of the kind of threats they receive. And for women human rights defenders, it's even worse. And you'll see from some of the studies that Mzalendo Trust has released regarding SLAP. We've released 2 reports on this so far. And you can see that then what needs to happen, as you've asked, what reforms could we say? I think most of it has also been mentioned. We need to incorporate anti-SLAP legislative and legal frameworks into already what we have, and that could be a standalone act on its own, or several amendments to the acts that I've already mentioned. There's also a need for just ensuring that we provide support to those who undergo this, whether it's civil society, whether it's the activists and human rights defenders, and so perhaps a defense fund, a legal aid fund for this sort of people would be best. And then lastly, it's just collaboration with media, with these partners, just to be able to see how best we can be able to plug in and assist them would be the first step towards this. But the fact that we are having this conversation already shows that we have acknowledged it's a problem, and so there's a lot that needs to be done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sylvia. And from what you have mentioned, we all realize that SLAPs don't just target individuals. Also from what Ms. Catherine mentioned, they also undermine our democracy by suppressing protest, by suppressing we the young people, holding the government accountable. And so in our next segment, I'd like us to speak about SLAPs and how they affect the right to demonstrate. And my first question goes to Ms. Patricia Joseph. In what ways have SLAPs been used to suppress the right to demonstrate in Kenya? And how does the Public Order Act and other related legislations address this issue? And afterwards, after you answer your question, Ms. Patricia, I'd like now Ms. Ann Gitonga to talk about measures that we can take as a country to ensure that the right to demonstrate is protected from the misuse of SLAPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us. We are very happy to be part of this moot court competition for this long-standing partnership and this engagement. And I'm also grateful that these questions that we are discussing today are quite relevant to the situation in Kenya. When we talk about SLAP suits, we don't talk about it in the vacuum. We are looking at it in the context of where are we in Kenya, and when there is autocratic tendencies or repressive practices, especially from public officials, then we continue to see this threat as increasing. And maybe my starting point in that regard is always in the issue of the right to demonstrate as protected by Article 37 of the Constitution. And this right is not just to demonstrate, it also includes the right to picket, the right to present petitions, and of course the requirement there is that it should be peaceful and not armed. We have seen currently, even before June 2024, when there was an increase in the public protests, we have already seen the tendency of criminalization of public protest. It is a constitutionally guaranteed right, but in practice it is one of the most violated rights, because any time people try to protest for any issue, the public security and forces are unleashed on the public, and therefore almost becomes impossible to really enjoy these rights. And we see this in different contexts. There was protest on high cost of living, protests by different labor unions. All the time, that has always been curbed by the police. And when we talk about what does the law does, I think the only legal protection that we can say is dependable is the Constitution, because not only does it guarantee the right, it also sets out instances when a right can be limited. Therefore, any other law, including the Public Order Act and any other laws that are enacted, should meet that standard of limitation. But when you look at laws like the Public Order Act, in fact, they do not protect the right. They actually derogate from the constitutional right. And I could give a few examples. In the Act, the Public Order Act, it requires prior notification. But if you look at how the Constitution gives us this right, your rights should not be limited by simply authorization. Why is this wrong? Because once you give the authorization, the notice to the police, the police officer in that region, we have seen what they do. Sometimes they'll tell you, oh, there has been another meeting that has been scheduled in the same venue that you want to use. or they might say, oh, there is a threat to public security. That is not the limitation that the Constitution foresees. And therefore, for us, that is a threat that is ongoing. Remember, this act is a colonial act. It was enacted way before the Constitution came into place. And if we were to align the spirit of the Constitution and the act, it actually fails to meet the test. If you look at other laws, again, we have the Penal Code, for instance. Again, it has been mentioned, but in the context of expression and public the right to demonstrate, we also see it being an impediment to enjoying the right. For instance, I think and this is what we've been seeing happening when people are arrested when they go to protest. They are charged in court with, for instance, and being engaged in an unlawful assembly. What is an unlawful assembly? We see it being quite misused to deny the right. The same penal code had provisions such as the offense of subversion. And if you look at subversion, the way it was set out in the law, it is actions or words that have a subversive intent. If you go again to look at what is a subversive intent under the penal code, it's such a broad spectrum of acts and words that threaten public order and public security. But thankfully, through a suit by Katiba Institute and other partners, that provision was declared unconstitutional. I think even another issue we see is how this expression and public right to demonstrate is diminished through weaponization of other laws. And there is an intersection even in this respect with what has already been spoken about surveillance, even in the context of offline and public surveillance. Whenever people would go to the public arena to demonstrate, and especially on the June 25th, what happened afterwards? People were arrested, others were disappeared, and others were, even there were people who were killed. Meaning that even when this right to demonstrate, in practice we are not enjoying it, and the laws are being weaponized to curtail people's ability to participate effectively and without fear. And now this takes also me to the question of then what measures can we do to ensure these rights are protected? I've mentioned one of them. We have many repressive provisions in statutes that we need to continually challenge through either public interest litigation or strategic litigation, or simply push back when you are taken in court. For instance, we had criminal defamation that was declared unconstitutional through the law, through a case in court. The same way subversion was declared unconstitutional. That needs to lead to actual legal reforms, but in practice that has not been done. Secondly, not only, and this also goes to even our collaboration with institutions like judiciary, we need to push back against legitimizing cases in court that emanate or that are premised on violation of human rights. For instance, if someone is disappeared, or in this case abducted, because it's not a legal arrest needs to be done in the open during the day. There is a summons, there's a record somewhere of the police station where you're being taken, there's an OB record of that arrest, there's presentation in court before 24 hours. But you see, all those access to justice provisions tend to be violated. So if they are violated and then someone is presented in court, should courts legitimize such prosecutions? No, because they already emanated from violation of human rights. Again, I think we all know that slap suits do not, sometimes you may think it's a legitimate suit because this comes disguised as a suit that pursues a certain action, but when you look closer you can see the intention behind it is to prevent, is to curtail expression or silence critics or academia, media, and even civil society. So it means there's a capacity that needs to be done for judiciary for them to identify this is a slap suit whose merit is actually is not a legal merit and it's an abuse of the court process. And then of course when we get legal reforms, this would include enhancing protection for the rights. For instance, if we need a robust public participation law, which is not yet there, such legal reforms are necessary for us to continue enjoying expression and the right to demonstrate as protected by the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patricia. Now, Ms. Anne, as you add on more measures or reforms we can introduce, I would also like you to speak about how this phenomenon of slap litigation affects human rights, painting the picture on how it affects democratic values, human dignity, and also the issue of social justice in our country.
Thank you for that question. I'll just start by saying that the framers of the Constitution were very aware that we are likely to have a government that is strong, that needs to be put in check, and it also anticipated that we would have a citizenry that needs to participate in governance. And so all those areas have been well protected by the Constitution. And especially the right to demonstrate, as my colleagues have said, is well protected under the Bill of Rights, Article 37. We have our national values under Article 10 that talk about many things, including the right to participate and take part in governance of the country. So the protection of the right to demonstrate was not there for a mistake. It was there to protect citizens who seek to engage in governance, but then they are countered by very strong governments that, such as ours, that curtail these freedoms. And the right to demonstrate is only limited under very special circumstances. So the question is, what can we do to ensure that this right is protected from the use of slaps? I think we all must remain vigilant and safeguard our constitutional rights. It looks like it's a very noble thing today to do when they say, when slaps are brought forward and cite national security, this person is a threat to national security. It's for us to be vigilant to see what really amounts to national security, what is curtailing a freedom such as the right to participate, the right to demonstrate. So as Kenyans, we must really remain woke and safeguard and protect our rights under the Constitution. We can also counter slaps through PIL, strategic public interest litigation, because PIL comes in also to support, to safeguard constitutional principles. So strategic impact litigation would be one of the ways that civil society can bring forward to safeguard citizens' right to protest and ensure that the judiciary is also making pronouncements against such limitations. But even speaking of the judiciary, continuous training and engagement of the judiciary is key so that they can look at cases, they can look at slaps as a threat to the Constitution that they seek to safeguard. So close attention and close engagement with the judiciary, especially the Constitutional Court. I also see a role be played by the media to amplify voices of people who are helpless, who have been arrested, who have been given cases, or whose cases have been brought against them and they're helpless. So that media advocacy, I see it as something that we can take on as non-state actors. But families of people who had cases brought against them are sometimes helpless, and one thing that we can do to support some of the families is either provide legal support, and the Law Society of Kenya is already offering a lot of support, especially following the June 2024 demonstration. We've seen the Law Society of Kenya coming out to provide legal support to persons who have been affected by cases. But beyond that, there's psychosocial support and maybe trauma-informed care that continues to be given to families by certain institutions that I can even see some of them here, offering trauma-informed support to families whose kids have either been arrested or have cases brought against them. But beyond that, let's document most of these cases that are coming forward. But it's a collective responsibility for us to safeguard the Constitution and protect what we have as rights to demonstrate, to participate in governance, and which can only be limited under very special circumstances. The second set of the question was, are they affecting human rights? They are. Slaps really slow down, claw back on gains that have already been made with regard to human rights protection. And so you find people not willing to participate, you find people not willing to talk against government because they are afraid of what may come against them. So it really takes back what is enshrined by the Bill of Rights of the Constitution. It takes back the human rights participation. It takes back human dignity, and it even takes back the freedom to associate or even to take part in the governance affairs of the country. So indeed, there are many ways that we can, as citizens, safeguard our rights under the Constitution, because they only come to claw back what has already been gained in regard to constitutional protections of human rights. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anne. Now, I want us to move to another segment on the role of the media and civil society organizations, in resisting slaps. Now, a good number of our partners, as you can look around, are civil society organizations. And I think we are privileged to have supporting such initiatives, people handling live cases with regards to constitutional matters. If you've done constitutional law, you are aware that some of the cases that Ms. Catherine usually refers to, we've had cases from Katiba Institute and other civil society organizations. And so I want us to talk about the role of these media and civil society organizations and what role they play in suppressing strategic litigations against public participation. And my first question this question will be answered by Ms. Sylvia as well as Mr. Joel. So how can the media and civil society organizations collaborate to resist and expose slaps that threaten freedom of expression, and how have these lawsuits impacted journalists and human rights defenders in Kenya? We can start with Ms. Sylvia, then Mr. Joel.
Okay. So I think many of those things have been said, many of the actions we can take as civil society organizations and also as the media, but maybe just to emphasize a few. First would be to raise awareness. And this can be two ways. First, document. Each time there's a human rights violation, each time perhaps there's a slap suit, we have to raise awareness that people should know this is happening, this is going on, and the media can play that part. And for civil society organizations, then on the other end, is to provide support to those who are facing these slap suits. This could be through providing legal defense. This could be through providing a support system. There are support networks for people who are activists and human rights defenders who are undergoing this. So it's to ensure that people join this as well. And then also taking research on these issues. And I think, like I've said, this is a growing concern, and we've seen it since June 25th. And so just as much as we document, we also undertake research. So continuous legal analysis, continuous legislative review. Currently in Parliament, we are seeing this, the Assembly and Demonstrations Bill that's on the floor of the House. So how then do we review this? How then can media engage with this bill and civil societies as well? For the media, they have different groups. I'd say the Media Council as a regulator, but there are also caucuses that they have within themselves. And a key one is the Kenya Parliamentary Journalists Association, which should be very relevant towards engaging Parliament and submitting memoranda on this particular bill. And of course, narrative creation. That is the role of the media. How does the media form, create, and foment narratives about SLAP to the public to ensure that not only does the public understand, but the public also provides support towards persons who are facing this. As has also been mentioned severally, strategic litigation, public interest litigation is very necessary, very important, and for us to also support organizations that do a lot of this work. And I know Katiba Institute leads a lot of this work on this matter. And then, of course, as has also been mentioned, engaging the judiciary, just to be able to train judiciary officials and judges, magistrates on the law, on new international human rights standards, on what we can be able to adopt. Because as we all know, case law forms part of law, forms law actually. And so it is the duty of judges to quickly identify this is a SLAP suit disguised as a commercial interest suit or whatever suit, a defamation lawsuit, and just to be able to ensure that these punitive damages do not come to activists, human rights defenders, and civil society organizations.
Over to you, Mr. Joel.
Okay, thank you for that. But maybe just to add on collaboration between civil society organizations and the media is on embracing now the city, engaging the citizens in the sense that we need to go back to the citizens and hear what they have to say about these slap suits, and their information and their feedback will be crucial in making recommendations to the parliament. And also maybe another collaboration is the sense that we need to petition to the parliament, presenting petitions on the negative impact that these slap suits are having on our citizens and maybe the online activists. And finally, maybe to call out these powerful entities and also initiate suits in the courts of law so that the cases can be dismissed at an early stage. You look at the cases of mineral search in South Africa, where media and civil society organizations were able to call out for a mining organization that intended to extort an activist who was exposing wrongdoing from the organization. And also in research, that is the desktop research, civil society organizations and media will publish this information, and actually in doing so you'll be expressing the academic freedom that is there for academic writers. And the European University case, you'll find that the European Court of Human Rights was categorical that academic writers has the freedom to expose all the wrongdoing from the findings of their research. And maybe to turn on to the second bit of the question is on the impact that slap suits have had on the freedom of expression. And maybe I'll mention that it creates a culture of fear, which in turn that the activists, civil society organizations, human rights defenders, journalists, they fear exposing the wrongdoings of the government and other powerful entities. And this actually will defeat the theory of Article 19 of the ICCPR. Another thing that it does is on the length of the suits in courts, because these people have a lot of money. They will use their resources to ensure that you spend the entire life in court, and in turn it imposes another cost of obligation to the civil society, the journalists. Take for example Amnesty Kenya, where you are funded to carry out your activities on human rights advocacy. You will end up using that money to hire a lawyer to present you in court. I think, and that culture of fear, maybe to add on this, is that it doesn't even affect the human rights defenders personally, but also this one extends to their families, where maybe if I'm the online activist, the government or the powerful entity will now start looking for my relatives and start harassing them in any way they think that's possible, because I took the initiative to expose the wrongdoing and maybe the issues to do with the corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joel. Now, we're almost coming to the end of our panel, and I would like Mr. Hamisi to assist me take any questions we have from the panel. You can either write your question down, or I will give anyone with a question an opportunity to raise the same. But before that, Mr. Martin, at the beginning of the panel discussion, you mentioned we can take global lessons from neighboring countries, and I would like us to expound on the same, on what lessons can Kenya draw from the global anti-SLAPP frameworks to safeguard freedom of expression and public participation against data-driven legal intimidation tactics?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think there are very many global lessons that Kenya can draw from other jurisdictions, specifically Europe and the US. Now, well, but unfortunately for us, Kenya is a common law jurisdiction. So, in terms of legislation, we can only borrow progressive decisions from common law jurisdictions that can actually be applicable in our courts of law. So, the first is we can borrow from those progressive pieces of legislations. In some other common law jurisdictions, we have seen courts of law actually throw out SLAPP suits, and this has become the basic, and some entities, like for instance, an example I can give is Greenpeace. Greenpeace works a lot with indigenous communities who are impacted by mining and large scale operations that are done by these big corporates. So they have had a whole host of successful decisions against SLAPP suits by big corporates. So the first lesson that we can draw globally is in terms of progressive jurisprudence. The second one is we have to have a public conversation around how to come up with policies or laws against anti-SLAPP suits, because the legal framework as is that there's no existing law that prevents actually these big corporates or powerful entities from actually instituting SLAPP suits. In my earlier submission, I'd stated that Article 22 of the Constitution that empowers all of us in this room to actually file a case in court is the same article that actually these powerful persons and entities use to actually institute SLAPP suits. So, but what is missing from this whole discussion is of practically right now is, we don't have anti-SLAPP suits, and because there are no anti-SLAPP suits, it's business as usual. It's whoever can get, whoever can get a progressive lawyer, to argue his or her case against a human rights defender. So we need to come up with legal frameworks around anti-SLAPP suits. The third lesson we can draw is around, increasing the threshold of, what courts can determine, because the area of SLAPP suits is, I can't say it's kind of a gray area for the Kenyan judiciary. So how they handle SLAPP suits is how they handle any other suits. A case is handled based on its merits. So like Anne said earlier on, there needs to be a conversation with the Judiciary Institute that trains actually judges. Maybe they need to be trained on what SLAPP suits are. The other thing that we need to do is we need more public interest litigation lawyers to actually appreciate what SLAPP suits are, because unless they appreciate these suits is when they'll be able to assist victims or those that these suits target. So I can't go on and on, but I think at the back of my mind, I think those are the global lessons that we can kind of draw from other jurisdictions, and it is my hope that we actually draw those lessons sooner than later.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. And we all know that our governments have been quite adamant with implementing such reforms, or rather the implementation has been quite slow. And so our last question, which I'd like Ms. Catherine Irumbi and Ms. Cynthia Kato to handle. What are the long-term implications for Kenya's democratic culture if data-driven SLAPPs continue to erode public participation and the right to demonstrate without fear of retribution?
Okay, thank you for the question, and please feel free to stop me because I'm used to lecturing. I might continue for 3 hours. Yes, because I can see my first year students. I'm tempted to have my class as we speak. Now, when we look at the long-term implications for Kenya's democratic culture, now it goes back again to what I said when we began on matters sovereignty, that indeed sovereignty would tie to democracy when we look at democracy as being a government for the people. Now, the long-term implications would be it would have a way in which it erodes our values and principles that we see under Article 10, right from inclusivity, because again, if we fear to be included, if we fear to speak, that would mean that these SLAPPs would erode our feeling of being included, us wanting to be part of the big movement, us wanting to be part of change. Another value that we see that would be eroded is the feeling of equality, because as we've heard, this litigation is not done by those who are not able to pay, the huge amount of money that comes with such litigation. So in terms of equality, we would not have equality if we cannot protect public participation, because public participation as a value under Article 10 would be equated to all of us. It is part of what democracy entails. Now, another value that we would see as a long-term implication is the erosion of the protection of fundamental rights and freedom. Now, when we start with public participation, it becomes very difficult for us to approach the court because, again, we would view the court as not being independent in that sense. So it would erode our confidence in the judiciary, which is meant to be a guardian of our rights, a watchdog for these other fundamental rights, apart from even freedom of expression or, again, access to justice, right to privacy. It would erode any other right that we can think of if we erode democracy. Another long-term implication would be the lack of national unity. I'm sure you can agree with me as Gen Zs when you are protesting. Apart from, of course, being on social media, there was some sense of belonging, isn't it? And a sense of unity that came with just being in town as a group. So in a sense of us now diminishing public participation, we would be diminishing the feeling of national unity, the bringing together of people for a common cause. The other bit, again, as I told you, I might continue for 3 hours, would be social justice. When we talk about social justice and all these litigation matters destroying the very fabric of social justice, us clamoring for a better Kenya, us fighting for our cost of living, us fighting for our rights, it would mean that now we water down the importance of us having to fight or having the tools to fight through media, through publication. So it is indeed a high time that we talk about SLAP, and we inform the public that there is litigation that is meant to be against our sovereignty, meant to be against our participation, meant to be against national unity, meant to be against national justice. So when we look at those principles from the angle of them belonging to us, not from everyone else out there, but it being even personal to your fight for your own individual rights, then we would not take SLAP as likely as just being a petition in court. It would be something that would bring us or should bring us collectively to fight for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sylvia, in 1 minute.
Maybe just to add would be the lack of accountability, civic accountability, especially in illegal dealings and constitutional dealings, especially by government or corporates. If you think about all the exposés or stories we've had about either the treatment of workers in plantation farms, in hotels, even think of the Abdani deal. If you even think about the SACCOs, you know, the issue about the SACCOs and Cusco, that had already been exposed earlier, but a suit had been brought against the blogger who had brought that out. So if you think about that civic accountability in all these matters, that's going to erode, that's going to go away. Again, if we look at freedom of expression, there's going to be a lot of self-censure. Before you open your mouth and say, this is wrong, you'll think twice. You'll say, I don't want to be taken to court. I don't want people to know that I have a matter against me in court. I don't want to pay punitive damages because of 1, 2, 3. What does that mean for freedom of expression and more broadly for freedom of media? And then thirdly, I think just to close it up, is just shrinking civic space. If all these things happen, we can't participate, we can't do public participation, we can't speak freely, we can't have a free media, then our civic space is shrinking, rather. It's gone. And what does that mean for democracy? We're in a democratic decline. And I think that's already something that we're seeing globally. So it's for us to stand up, call out these ills, push back against SLAP, and support those who are already going through it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sylvia. And now I would like to take questions from our audience. 2 questions, kindly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kivuvarigan Kimeu, third year, Kenyatta University School of Law. Now, to my first question, how effective is the collaboration between media and civil society groups when we know that media houses profit greatly from government advertisements? Number 2, can we go on and file anti-SLAPP suits currently to advance jurisprudence before there is goodwill from the legislature to come up with legislation? Because we know that in 2021, we had the David Ndii-led case that brought up the issue of public participation, and there was given quantitative and qualitative kind of judgment, and still there is no legislation 4 years later. Thank you.
We can have the second one.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Oma from African Nazarene University. There was an issue on the people's right to protest rather, and she mentioned that the Public Order Act was set during the colonial times, and it may suppress the people's right to protest. But I'm just thinking from a state's point of view, how can the state maybe manage in instances where the protesters get to be violent and they destroy things? And yes, just what's the thin line in ensuring that they have their right to protest, but they also maintain public order?
Thank you so much for the questions. Miss Anne, I would like you to handle the question asked by Regan, and Miss Patricia will answer the second question that has been asked on the Public Order Act.
Regan, the relationship between civil society and media was your question. And both are non-state actors and have to play a watchdog role against government. So they're working closely together. And I don't know whether you can hear me. They're working very closely together. In various cases, there has been very good collaboration cases of enforced disappearances and also cases of just human rights protection. There's been close collaboration. However, there is also a threat to both institutions, and they're both losing their independence. And perhaps the media, as you said, is getting a lot of contracts from government, and therefore sometimes they would lean more towards where their bread is being buttered. But there's constant effort from civil society to train media, especially on human rights protection cases. Like, we must walk this journey together. Sometimes it's even content for them. Again, the Constitution grants freedom of expression and freedom of information. So the media also has avenues and roles to play as the media. But in what I've seen, there's been great collaboration, but I won't lie that there isn't a threat to independence of the media. But close watch, close conversations must continue. You also asked a question of, should we proceed to file PIL, even though we are seeing that judgments are granted and we don't have legislation. We must file PIL. It's probably sometimes the only way that we can get human rights protected or even enforced. And once we have a judgment on it, judges will, even lawyers will rely on precedent. So we'll still enforce and further protection of that right, while advocacy continues with the legislature on the other side. So public interest litigation is key, and I think it's one of the avenues that we really must achieve change. We've seen the public participation policy was drafted long ago by the Attorney General, but we don't have legislation. We've also seen various cases being brought on PIL against the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code. They've not been amended, and all those are very old legislation. But at least right now, we can see the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code is they're in Parliament undergoing review. So eventually, it might pay off. But I would still encourage that we proceed with PIL. And our Constitution, though it's now 14 years old, it still requires to be tested in various avenues. So what Katiba is doing is a great job with a lot of constitutional protection through PIL. And it's really even good sometimes to read what Katiba is pursuing in terms of public interest litigation. There are really many points to learn there. And I say it's still an area that we must pursue and invest on, both intellectually and put in financial resources. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll respond to the question on the balancing interest in the context of the Public Order Act. I think, first of all, from a human rights perspective, and the way this constitution defines rights and how they should be enforced, it's progressive. The obligation here is to promote the realization of a right as opposed to limiting it. And even in practice, we have seen issues of public order, public security, national security being used to deny a right. And we see this even in the context of even of access to information. But the standard is, and the reference in balancing the interests of the public interests, issues of security, is the answer is in Article 24. It tells us what do you do when you need to limit a right, and what are the parameters that you need to stick by in limiting a right. And for me, in my view, that guidance under Article 24 is sufficient. For instance, if you're looking at the nature of a right or the purpose of limitation, would the answer be to say we are banning public protests? No. The answer would be is letting the protest to proceed. However, the limitation here would be providing security by security agencies, limiting, for instance, designating areas where people can meet in their public spaces, or and even perhaps even providing information to the public. You see here, you're balancing an interest of we are not limiting other people enjoying their rights, but you're also enabling the right to be enjoyed by the people. But the underlying factor here is any decision, any act, any policy action ought to be in line with the Constitution and to promote a right as opposed to limiting it. And remember, when we talk about issues of security, violence, who has the monopoly of information? Who has the monopoly of intelligence? Who has the monopoly of equipments, firearms, and all that? That is the public security agencies. And based on even what we see with the Gen Zs, they just show up with a flag. Some of them carry a constitution or just messaging in different forms of communication. If there are other extraneous intentions by other parties, like to cause violence, but that is the role of the police to provide protection. And then maybe just to add also on the earlier question is, even when sometimes we support media houses, journalists, and even affected parties as civil society through public interest litigation. Sometimes you have to apply legal innovation in practice. For instance, if let's say a media house negotiates, for instance, with a public agency to drop that suit, what happens to the rest of the suit? If we were in that suit to pursue a constitutional interest or a constitutional protection, then let the media pursue its corporate interests, but for us there are responsibilities to defend the Constitution, and therefore those suits will still proceed, because ideally there is to provide protection for press freedom, for instance, protection for individual journalists, and to really reinforce the protection of rights under the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, there's one very burning question that has been asked that I'd like to pose to Ms. Catherine, and you'll answer it in 1 minute. Now that we want judges to be able to weed out malicious slap suits, are we making them inquisitorial? And is this not very dangerous because our judiciary has been marred by corrupt judges, allegedly? Is it not better to remain adversarial?
Yes, let me talk about it from the adversarial point of view. When we talk about the adversarial point of view in the form of litigation and us being able to accept the outcome, because there's always the winner and the loser, are we ready as the public to accept when we lose? Because that would be the question, and especially when we talk about public interest matters. Are we looking for a winner-loser kind of situation, or are we looking for precedent that would help protect our democracy and our sovereignty? So I think going adversarial route would not be beneficiary for us in that sense of winner-loser, but us being able to gain from it, us being able to create precedent for other governments that come after.
Thank you so much. Ms. Patricia would like to add something on the same.
I think I just to support what she's saying, even as we call for reforms, for instance, what Martin was saying, having anti-SLAPP legislation, I think it's also, there is innovation that can be had there. And even right now, courts can actually be creative, because even in the civil procedure, we have, for instance, pre-trial conferences. What stops us in using even current procedural rules, or even through reforms, to allow for procedures that you vet cases before they go for 5 years? Because what is the point of being taken through a long drawn matter for 5 years only for the court to say, oh, you're innocent, but you have suffered time, costs, reputational damage, and even loss of job? So the idea of having reforms, or even being innovative in the current rules, using pre-trial conferences, can help parties to see, like a discovery, is this a suit that should really go to substantive trial, or is there a malicious intent? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think it marks the end of our first panel discussion on strategic legal litigation against public participation. You have been a wonderful audience. A warm round of applause to you. And a warm round of applause to our beautiful and wonderful panelists. Thank you so much, and back to you, Hamisi.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon, and the panel. We've really been informed, and I'm sure you guys have learned a thing or two. So next session, we are going to have our very good professor, Professor Millet Thomas, who is going to come and award our beautiful panel. So I'll request that we appreciate them as they receive their gifts. Professor, you can just come to the podium. You can just come to the podium as you... Okay, so we'll have the panelists one by one, and we'll have a photo session as they receive the goodie bag. Yes, you can. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate each and every of you.
Yeah. So we can start with Miss Patricia Joseph.
I have already received them. Thank you so much.
Mr. Joel. Mr. Martin. Miss Anne. Miss Sylvia. And finally, Miss Catherine Irumbi.
Okay, well, we are done with the first panel, and it's time for lunch. So at this juncture, I would like to invite Ms. Faith Mahinda, who is our president, to lead our panel and all the partners to the venue where we're going to have lunch. Then the students will follow afterwards, and you'll have your lunch then. So bon appetit, even as you have your lunch. So, Madam President, or we can have Grace, our panelists can follow Grace. Just follow her. So we will be having our second panel going at around 2:50. So kindly eat. Don't hurry, but eat faster so that we also save on time. Yeah.